That's the big red button. Got wiggly lines all over the place. And there's always one I forget. There. There's always one. There's always one title I forget to change. That's good, that's good, that's good. Alright. Music start. Start date 555940, Mark 9. Captain Calder, after a 200,000-year detour from the burning bridge of the Svalin, has been recovered in the tomb of a long-lost race. The ever-enigmatic, charming, clever, and devilishly handsome Q, who has had some hand in this, but it speaks only of vague promises and dangers of the Silk Road. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew is busy picking over the remains of the Gorn vessels that were hired to stop Starfleet from discovering in Calder's cryogenic slave slot. While the mundane motives of greed and duty are there is something that doesn't sit right with the crew. Maybe it was how that cruiser got away in a flurry of chronotons, or how the latnium crates seemingly have been displaced in time. Whoever the patron of these Gorn are, they'll be looking for a return on their investments. In fleet news, the USS Ganymede has come across a Splinter and Dolan group that has gone vegan, and due to the efforts of this crew, shunning their diet of eating brains, they are now sustaining themselves on a nutritional supplement. And they were found on a remote colony on the far side of the Federation border. They were apparently on the run from a more traditional Andalan faction. Deep Space 17 shifts its operations to be the spinward anchor of the Silk Road. And a jailbreak, I think, has happened on Federation prison and facility a 420 Zeppelin, where Zerag was held. It is unknown if he made an escape. But more locally, Dr. Bog.
Yes.
You have a newly resurrected Commander Calder, and it is of question of whether or not it's actually him or some sort of clone or mirror universe agent or something other. So it has been requested by the Admiralty that you do a thorough look over of him.
Okay. Well, time to start comparing some scans, I'd say.
Yep. So, Background noise going? There we go. This could be reason, medicine, and difficulty 4, or to compare all the scans and also do a thorough psychic exam on him to see if he's fit for duty. The ship and NPCs these can help if you require them.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll utilize their help, of course.
I'll bring out one of the NPCs I'm guessing you would summon.
Whoever's the medical person. Let's see here. All right. Well, I think any of this is going to help me. I'll be utilizing technical expertise. Go ahead and take a threat for bold.
Okay.
And let's see here. Biology, you going to give a focus for that?
Yes, it would.
Okay. All right, let's see. Uh-oh. I'll re-roll that for sure. And what's the Gungnir? Gungnir? Gungnir?
Gungnir. Computer's
Gungnir.
medicine. To compare with a medical record.
All right, and then
I'll go the assist the EMH.
okay.
And you got one momentum off it. As far as you can tell, besides being maybe 4 hours older than and he was last time he was scanned, he seems to be in perfect health. A little bit of there's some particulate in his lungs from when he was in a burning city, but that's easily cleared up.
Particulate in his lung from a burning city.
Yes. Yes. 200,000 years ago, where Hugh dropped him off, he was in the middle of a planetary bombardment. So there's some ash and small metal particulate in his respiratory system. And there's some lingering side effects from the cryogenic freeze.
Okay. Well, I'll treat these conditions. Get him feeling better. It is. Other than that, it confirms that it is him, though, right?
Absolutely. It confirms it. Genetic matches. Even psych scan, and worked the same. You did some questioning with him while observing his vital signs. He at least believes he's giving the right answers, and he is giving the right answers. Pulling up questions about his service record, when he graduated, at ships he served on previous missions he's been on. But control medicine difficulty 2 to treat those lingering injuries.
Okay. Technical expertise, and go ahead and take another threat for bold. Boom, there's some momentum generated.
The ship and the EMH can still help.
Oh, okay. The ship is computer's medicine.
Be sensors medicine this time.
There's another.
6. Yeah, it is your professional opinion, and Dr. Bog, that this is indeed the Commander Calder that you have been entreating for the past 6 to 7 months. And Calder, you're a little annoyed and tired of all the questioning, I bet. This is like a good 4-hour ordeal to finish all this.
I mean, I'm still waiting to be instated. So better than doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He's got a clean bill of health also?
Yep, clean bill of health.
All right, Captain. I'd say if you feel up to it, I'm okay with you being able to return to duty at this point also.
Thank you, Doctor.
Glad to have you back.
Anything else you would like to say or do in the sick bay?
Me?
Yeah, both of you. Yeah.
I'm like, clear my bed, Captain. I got other patients I got to deal with.
Yeah, I will be leaving into the sabak. Focus more on the other patients. Hello.
Hello? We may have
goodness.
lost him. Oh, man, I thought you had a power outage, Joe.
Nope, my mic was muted. I'm a dork.
I was like, we've lost the GM. His system melted down again.
Holana, we have a diplomatic situation with figuring out how to get aid to the Bravonians. We have a colony of 140 people that need help. How would you ask the Federation Council and the surrounding colonies for assistance?
I hear an alarm.
Yeah. I got to take a call, sorry.
Okay.
I would probably contact I basically passed up the chain what I've had, and I make my suggestions to the diplomatic corps, because there's probably a diplomat that's higher up than me. And it's like, here's the situation, here's what's going on, here's what they need. And a request to see how long it would be before a formal diplomat could be assigned to the area. And then once that paperwork's in, and I know that would take time to process for the Federation, even with its very efficient bureaucracy. So I would probably send some letters of concern, or like raising the concern to neighboring planetary governors, and go, hey, by the way, here's this new planet. They need some help. Any help you can give, yada yada. Like, it's one of those donation letters, and trying to write it in such a way that to kind of get them like, hey, be a good Federation citizen and try to help out your neighbor sort of language.
Okay.
Because I don't have the power to force them, but I can try to
you can
guilt them into doing it.
definitely guilt them into doing it. Let's see. You are in this sector. Yeah, kind of move things around and turn you about as you're going that away. Yep, Beta Proponus is there. Closest, most habitable system is Beta Jovan. They have a scale for or economy. They have about they're getting into the 50,000 population. There's also Gamma Draconis down here, which is about 20,000 people. Gamma Draconis is recently had a bit of a governmental shakeup. They kind of just got out of the civil war that was fueled by some criminal elements, but that's another story. Sertania is a bit farther away, but their scale L3.
What I'll do first, before I start asking for anything, I'm gonna do some research to see what they have according to the Starfleet, the Federation database, and try to compare that against what the Provonians need, and then say, hey, here's some stuff that you could possibly do. Here's some suggestions to sort of save them the effort of having to look this up. And
so you can do a little more targeted and asking like, hey, I know you're a Forge World, so maybe you can donate metals to this.
Yeah, maybe you can donate metals, or hey, you have a bunch of people who would like to do volunteer work in the Federation. Well, hey, here's a place we could use some help. Yeah. So customizing it to their needs, because I know some places it's like, give us a bunch of food. We can't. We need what we have, so leave us alone on that. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to ask you for what you're going to miss.
Yep. So Reason Con 3, Computer's Command. So it's Computer's Command because that's where the files are, and then Con, you just kind of sort out the bureaucracy type stuff.
Galactic Politics Focus?
Absolutely.
Diff again?
Diff 3.
3. Okay. I'm gonna spend. I'm gonna spend 3 of that momentum to buy 2 dice.
Okay. Uh-oh.
So I am going to spend toward the value. The United Federation of Planets needs diplomats now more than ever, because the fact that I'm out here in deep space means that I'm speeding this process up. That's why I'm an attaché on a starship rather than waiting for the Corps to send someone out here. I'm already here.
Yes. That was kind of your whole purpose here.
So I'll reroll. I can only reroll my 3. I can't reroll the ship, so hopefully. There we go.
Alright, so that is 6 to 3, so you gain 3 momentum.
I'm gonna drown 2 of that to squash.
Yep. As it seems that the computers on the Gungnir didn't have the latest reports, but you managed to catch the metadata and go, wait, this is out of date, and you were able to request some new ones before you got too far down that rabbit hole.
Basically, query Memory Alpha. Go, hey, Memory Alpha, could I have an update on that file, please?
Yeah, this one's like 2 months old. I'm not comfortable working off it.
I'm gonna spend, or I'd like to spend, a single momentum to obtain the information regarding what is the number one thing that these people need, like the top priority request from the Federation.
I'll accept that. Food. Their environment and doesn't have a very good agricultural setup, and it will take time to even set up and purify the soil to do agriculture. Buildings, things they can and manage, power supplies, eyes and that kind of stuff, can be shipped in pretty easily. Food is kind of the main issue.
Okay. So in my letters to the member planets, one, I'm going to I'm going to customize it so it's to what I know they can live without. Like a thing I know they have a surplus of. And then a follow-up of, hey, by the way, the number one thing they need is food. If there's anyone who can donate food or agricultural prefabs that they can build there, or anyone who's willing to go there and volunteer some time to help build it, that'd be much appreciated. Yada yada yada. That way, that way it gives them multiple ways. It gives each member world kind of two different options, or possibly doing both, but both are good for them. That way, I know they don't have to argue with the Pravonians about like, hey, we'd rather do this. Like, they don't need that. They need these things, specifically food. But if you can do something else, that's helpful too.
Okay. As far as specific planets, one planet I didn't mention, the Bellatrix system, up here near the Gorn border, has a robust as agricultural system. It's very well suited for growing plants, and it's kind of the breadbasket of the area.
So yeah, I'll definitely focus the food at them then, because if they're a food-bearing world, an agricultural world, then it's like, hey, that's your thing. So I'll focus most of my efforts on them because I know that's the number one need, but I'll throw out the request to the other planets. Go, hey, you know.
And with some convincing, Beta Javon does have they do have metallurgy, but they also have some civilian industries on the world. So, they can be asked to create some of the prefab structures and portable energy generators and that kind of stuff.
Cool.
So those two worlds should be able to suit needs. The governor for Bellatrix is in Nessie Malors, female Tellarite.
Mm-hmm.
And then, for our Javon, it is Pifnesh Escrival, also female Tellarite.
Okay. For the requests to them, I would specifically make sure, just knowing Tellarites, I'll make sure to be extra detailed in the whys. So, and the whats, in the sense that it's like trying to presuppose what questions they might have and kind of getting ahead of them. So it's because Tellarites tend to respect people who they don't assume you've done your homework. You have to prove you've done your homework, and I'm proving I've done my homework, even though most people consider that being condescending. Like, no, I have to show my work, or they're not going to believe me.
That's gonna take a little bit to do, but you can totally manage this. Favors, kind of short notice. I'm gonna threat. Oops. Increase complication by 1.
Okay.
Press command difficulty 4, complication 2, assisted by communications command.
Diplomacy focus.
Yes.
Since due to my regimented mind and I'm using information that I got from earlier, I would like to hopefully take the diff down of the task.
Yes, you did do your homework on it.
And would this fall under bargained as a social conflict?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
If you want, you could also ask for help from a senior officer on board. Kind of put some weight behind it.
Actually, what I'm actually gonna do, because I'm trying to be a very, I don't want to be that annoying civilian that bugs the officers for stuff if he doesn't need to, but I will request if I can borrow some of the command staff from the ship. So spending a momentum to try to get a command detail of like just administrative people to help me get all this written and do the research with me.
So 1 momentum to create that advantage or call upon them?
To call upon them, yeah.
Do you have a talent that only makes it 1, or is it?
That's just out of the book. If it's a detail, if it's a security detail, it costs 1 and 1. So one momentum, 1 threat.
Oh,
if it's
okay.
any other discipline, yeah.
Okay, so this is like summoning like a team, a specialized team for this. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. The alternative way to pay for it is with crew support, but I don't think you guys want me to do that, because if I spend that, we don't get that back for the rest of the episode.
Yep. So you have 1 advantage with the local yeoman and I forgot what they're called. The bureaucrat people.
Administrators
people.
and stuff like that.
Administrators and stuff.
So yeah, I am going to. I believe. Is there anything else I can do? It's a diff 2 now. If I spend it toward. Yes, I'm going to spend it toward difficulty, not complication, to bring it down again.
Okay.
So I'm going to keep the complication at 2. I think that momentum's gone, isn't it?
I already spent it, so you have 1 left.
Oh, I do? Oh, I'll spend 1 to get an extra die then, for sure. Totally worth it. So I should be able to knock this out of the park. Thankfully, bargain. I reroll that failed d20.
And
What's the
bonus
ship?
momentum for the ship.
Comms command. I did not knock that as nearly out of the park as I was hoping, but oh well.
I'm spending a threat as you get the letter out to Bellatrix. This is like a 3-day journey, so this probably took you the better part of 1 day. Sent it out, and then the next morning, you wake up and Bellatrix has already responded.
Mm-hmm.
Governor Malors said, yes, we'll definitely start setting up some supply ships if that way, to set up both an emergency food supply and some local agriculture that they can use. It'll take them a week or so to set that up. They might request as someone come defend them as they're coming in due to pirate activity. However, Beta Javon replies, and Governor Graval wishes to speak to you directly in a video call.
Sure.
Road, phone system, angry tolerate lady. This is Governor Graval of Beta Javon.
Good day, Governor. I am indeed Ashtam Holana of the Federation Diplomatic Corps. How can I help you?
You are pulling food supplies from the Bellatrix system to bring them into these new aliens. in the region?
Yes, the hope is to facilitate increased diplomatic relations with them, and they are in a distress need for the foodstuffs. And I'm hoping that this can hold them over until a more organized effort can be done by the Federation Council. I've already put in the request to the Council. I'm just waiting to hear back from them and a diplomat extraordinaire to be put on site, if not a starship.
I'm afraid that's going to cause some issues on my world, as we are dependent on Bellatrix X for our food supply. We don't have a lot of arable soil, and if you were to divert food from Bellatrix X to this Provonis system, we might face shortages.
Well, Governor, do you have a baseline that you think an absolute need that you would have? And then what I could do, because even if all we can do is give some of the food over to the Provonians while still taking care of your world, then that would still be of great help to them. If you can send me those numbers, I can do the tap dancing, as it were, with Bellatrix and make sure that the shipments that are still going to you can keep going while also giving our surplus over to the Provonians.
Any change in our inputs, our imports, would cause riots in the streets.
Governor, I believe you're somewhat exaggerating. You couldn't possibly be that have that unstable a situation on your world, surely. Have I been misinformed?
We run a very, very tight ship about here. Any drops in imports would impede our world.
Well, Governor, what I'll do is I will look into this matter to see if there is some alternate arrangement I can do that does not disrupt your needs while still upholding our sovereign obligation to assist those in need in the galaxy instead of worrying about our own neck of the woods. But that is the duty, of course, of the diplomatic corps to worry about, not of yourself, Governor. I'm sure you're a very busy person who has no time for such things.
Am I to understand that the Pavonians have requested autonomy in the system?
That is the current request. The hope I have is that through this diplomatic contact and through this trade, we can either invite them into a economic trade agreement with the Federation, with the hopes of maybe integrating them with us. But the current request is for autonomy, with friendly relations with the Federation.
So we are exporting our food and taking them out of the mouths of Federation citizens and giving them to a foreign state. Is that what you're implying, diplomat?
Governor, it is the responsibility of every Federation citizen to ensure that peace is maintained and stability is ensured within the galaxy, both within and without the Federation. If all it takes to make a few people suffer a little less is to offer them a little food, then I don't think that's too much to ask. And I did not say I'm taking that out of the mouths of your citizens. I'm ensuring that your citizens are being taken care of. That's the duty of the Federation. The fact that this requires more paperwork at the end of the day is why I'm employed in the position I'm in and you're employed in the position you're in. If all we wanted to do is hide on our little planets and not interact with the rest of the galaxy, you would have never left Tellarite and I would have never left Bayshore. So...
Spinning that. Well, it was only by losing the border wars that your people left Bajor in the first place. She does not see the Bajoran ridges on your nose.
Yeah.
Or it's just refusing to acknowledge them.
Well, Governor, I am a citizen of both the Holy World of Bajor and of the current Cardassian Republic in service to the Federation. So I would remind you of your oaths as a governor of the United Federation of Planets to understand the idea of infinite diversity and infinite combinations. And I would think that a governor of your stature would not possibly be implying that I have any less right to enact the philosophies of the Federation than yourself because you're of a founding species. I mean, that would be shameful for you to do such a thing, and I would never think you would do that. Governor.
Presence command diff 3 to see if you can pull that reversal on her.
Diplomacy focus?
Yep.
Bargain. I'm in a social conflict with this person.
Yes.
Fudge muffins. Oh, this is a decent roll. Wish he was Klingons to be easier.
She's stubborn, but she's not Klingon stubborn.
No. She hasn't threatened to kill me yet. I'm gonna give you a threat.
No, she's just implying that you're pulling the food out of the baby's out of her children's mouths.
She's playing the politics card. I'm used to it. Yeah, one threat to you for a die.
As for you, Rost, once you're aware of the situation, you can assist with this.
Yeah, I'd like to start going through our, database contacts and see if I can find a Federation world nearby that's got a, big agricultural surplus they want to get rid of somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's probably a bunch of staff around me who might have passed that on, I imagine. It's like, hey, diplomat's having a bit of an issue.
She kind of scowls at you. Very, very well. We will offer energy. We'll offer prefab structures and generators to this world, but only on the condition in that none of our food imports are impacted.
Your generosity and federational spirit is appreciated, Governor. I'll be sure to inform Bellatrix of the situation so we don't get any wires crossed. Anything else I can help you with, Governor?
And without any preamble, he cuts the stream.
Helena smiles, as that is the kind of conversation he's had to deal with his whole career. It's with Federation peoples that are Cardassians. Yay.
As far as any other world nearby that you Reason Con Diff 3 assisted by computers. For you, Ross, you're made aware of the situation and trying to help our poor diplomat as best you can.
Poor? I'm good at my job. Forget you. No.
She's well known as the honorary governor in the region.
Yeah. Well, also that's why he didn't take an offense to it. It's like, well, tell the rights. They're supposed to argue with you. It's how they are.
One thing of note was that Bellatrix didn't mention anything about how this impacting any of their other exports. So
yeah,
I have been fudging that for diplomatic reasons.
Yep. Well, no, I mean, Asham just assumes that's bureaucratic error, cough, ineptitude, and he just kind of sends a letter like, hey, by the way, that's a problem. I'm fixing it. I'll get back to you in a second.
So, Russ, Reason Con Diff 3.
Would a focus in Federation law and politics be any assistance with this one? Maybe navigating the bureaucracy kind of thing?
Yes. Also, Helena, remind me what's the imports and exports of safe system? Because that's kind of your world.
I'd have to look them up. Hold on. I have them in my database somewhere.
Unfortunately, the computer doesn't help because as you're just completely stumped. Yeah, Ross, you're completely lost. The Bellatrix system's kind of been the breadbasket for this entire anti-spinward edge of the Silk Road.
Is there a Federation trade representative or maybe some kind of colony development staff person that might know these kinds of things that we could tap?
I suppose there would. I haven't made a NPC for them yet, so let's improvise. Yeah, there would be someone that runs Federation Colonial Development. They would be way up the chain, though. But you could probably at least get knocking on the door of their office.
Yeah, I'll write up an email or whatever the equivalent is and see if I can get some help.
Okay. Meanwhile, Maldone, you have a good 3-day a flight ahead of you to get back to DSA. There's some people who are on board are trying to figure out trade routes, and trade agreements and all that stuff. Would there be anything you would like to do or any special project?
There probably wouldn't be anything too particular, except for perhaps just continuing getting my crew familiar with the fighter bays and whatnot.
Okay, probably run some drills in that.
Oh yeah,
Always running drills.
always, always, always.
Yeah, Reason Con, Div 2, assisted by Communication Con, on to run drills while you're under warp. You're not going to be able to do any actual fighters, but you can definitely utilize as one of the holodecks or do some grounded simulators.
Holy cannoli. Jeez. Can find it.
And
Okay.
would you like to purchase additional dice before you roll this?
Yes, of course. I would like just one with threat.
Okay.
That'll do, pig. I suppose I could reroll one of those just because I used threat. Hey.
And see if the ship helps. Patient. Someone has the ship? This thing on?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Three momentum am generated as even in flight simulators, as you are getting some good work done. The reaction times are getting faster and faster. You can and go from cold start to launching fighters in 15 minutes now. Used to be 20 minutes, but you managed to find some ways of trimming up some of that reaction time. Were there be any special particular maneuvers or fighter formations that you would like to try out?
Such as?
Just anything creative.
Not at this moment.
So just pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, we'll get to the fancy stuff once we have everything else down pat.
Sounds good.
Attacking a Borg cube.
Lovely.
We'll try spinning. That's a good trick. No, not here. You also did some work on emergency recoveries for damaged fighters. Is trying to recover them, and while they're under distress, and pick them up, saving the pilot, and getting the fighter back to operational strength if possible.
Sounds good.
Rust, you have a couple days of downtime. It's about a 3-day journey back, and you've already done some work with some of the bureaucracy. But would there be anything else you would like to do? And we also have the Gorn freighters that you can start processing and picking those over.
Yeah, we'll take a look at those and see if we can figure out anything about them. Any intelligence that we can gather, where they've been, what they've done. Just kind of ravaging their computer cores, seeing what we can find. Hello?
Yep. I'm just trying to find...
Sorry, didn't know if you were on mute.
Yeah, I need to stop doing that. because some of them did take some damage. Reason Engineering difficulty 4, complication 2, assisted by computer security. As you're
Okay,
basically just pulling the computer cores out and looking them over on the Gungnir air computer, as well as any scientific scans and stuff that you would like to do. Would you like additional dice?
I get maybe Zogar to help since he's Gorn. He might be able to assist.
Yes, that would actually bring down the difficulty by 1.
I'll take that.
Yep, because part of the difficulty increase was as these are Gorn vessels. So, Dr. Bog, pull up Zogar's. Oh, Bog's probably away. Calder, pull up
here.
Zogar's sheet. Oh,
But he can go and pull it up.
yeah, one of you can.
Am I pulling it up, or was he? I guess I am.
So,
Okay, what am I rolling here?
Reason Engineering.
Reason Engineering.
That's a fail. Probably should let the other guy do it.
We got it.
Yeah. Zogar at least needs help with his familiarity with Gorn vessels, and you generate 1 momentum. So, these Gorn raider ships, they're pretty standard configuration. There's definitely some aftermarket modifications that have been applied. They're probably a good 15, 20 years old and a little rough around the edges, but it's still operational. Well, they were until you guys came along. As far as the computers go, they were hanging around on the safe system for the past month. It appears that one of the vessels also was getting some extensive repairs in the region, which lead to Inside Security Diff 2 task.
That'd be for me.
Yep, be for you or Zogar. I could take it down.
Can do Zogar again.
Would Zogar like to purchase any additional dice?
Yeah, he'll buy an extra dice. Does he get to roll 3 dice this time?
If you buy an extra one, yes.
Okay.
His inside security is higher than mine.
Site security. Okay, yeah, I'll buy an extra dice and there we go.
Ah, you got it back.
Nice.
Zogar remarks that. Oh wait, my time. 2 months ago they were hanging around out and safe. And Zogar remarks that 2 months ago, was when and the Svalin was as around safe, and you had that interesting run-in with the Borg nanite-infused weaponry and the riots that took place on the planet. So, possible connection there, but just circumstantial. Their cargo holds hold pretty standard fare, lots of illegal weapons, but none of them Borg infused. Definitely some drugs in there, some contraband, and of course the crates of latnium.
How much latnium are we talking about?
A lot. There were 2 crates on each vessel.
You
There's
mean
2
one
crates.
crate?
Yeah, there's 2 crates on each vessel, each totaling a good 90 bars of latnium. Which
I only found 1 crate on each vessel.
You only found 1?
Yeah, just 1.
Uh-huh. Yeah, which if you understand the conversion rate is an ungodly amount of latnium for purchasing vessels like this, especially if you're just renting.
Somebody's going to come looking for all this.
Yeah, as I mentioned last episode, you could buy a Gorn Raider ship for about 30 bars. Let alone just hiring them for a short mission like this. Paying 90 bars for a ship and a crew is ridiculous.
We'll transfer the latnium crates to the Gungnir and put them in a secure location.
They do have some odd radiation on them. Nothing dangerous, just unusual. And
Anything
also
we can identify?
And also the latnium is unmarked. To identify the radiation, that would be Reason Science Diff 3. So, L.
Yes.
The latnium crates have an unusual radiation. Care to identify it?
Sounds like we need to do some scanning.
Yep.
I will whip out a tricorder.
Would you like to purchase additional dice?
At a diff 3? Probably.
Threat or momentum?
Hold on. Calculating this in my
Ship
head
assist?
here.
Sensor science. Which will bring it down. You do have the advanced sensors, right? Yes. So, diff 2.
Would a tricorder count for our computer's focus?
It would not.
Oh boy. Alright, this is gonna be difficult. Alright, yeah, let me get 1 dice with the first dice with threat, the second dice with momentum.
I'll accept sensor operation. Or subspace theory.
Okay.
You got this. 3 minutes generated. Much to the surprise of everybody and no one, there is a chronoton signature on these crates and the latnium. But
And they've traveled through time?
who would have thought?
No.
Through some scans, and you can tell that there's two distinct chronoton signatures, one on the crate and one on the latnium, implying that they came from two different time periods. Through another task, and you'll be able to narrow down when that time period is.
All right. Let's do a chronoton search.
We control science. You don't deal with chronotons, but there's gonna be some error bars on this. That way, that up, and spending threats. Because they have been in this timeline for a while, so there's some chronoton decay. Control science difficulty 3, complication 3.
Ooh.
Would you like some
Alright.
assistance?
Well, we're just narrowing it down, but still doing basically the same thing that of the previous task, right?
Yes. So that diff 2 because of sensors, and then diff 1 because of testing a theory.
And an extra die.
Because of theory and practice.
You got it reversed, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I just roll it then. Ooh.
You got it, but there's some complication on that.
Definitely squash both of those.
Oof.
So that'll drop us to 1, and then gain back 2, so we should have 3 total.
Yep. And instead of me narrating everything, I'm going to I had it written down. Oh, sheet. I'm going to be DMing on. El, did you get my message?
Oh, no, hold on, let me check. Yes, I got it. I'll let the XO know. Definitely got some mixed results. But I will go ahead and share it with him.
Yep, you go ahead and share with the rest of the class. If you have any additional questions, feel free to ask.
Well, I'll just put it there then. I dropped it in chat for everybody.
So this platinum's been moving around.
Unfortunately, the error bars can't be narrowed down just due to the chronoton scan. But that is fairly accurate as far as your scans can go.
Even more interesting, being covered in tetrions.
I wonder what that means.
Tetrion particles.
Right, but what does that imply? I guess that would be my question.
I'm not that great on tetrions as far as my Star Trek knowledge. I can tell you about tachyons, but not tetrions. There, Corbinian dropped a link.
Yep, you would know that, or I could clarify exactly what it means for a question.
Yeah, I'll take that deal.
All right, one science question. Tetrion on particles implies nice exposure to subspace, and this traveled extensively through subspace, not a warp travel, but something a little deeper or a little more involved.
Right, through subspace.
Yep. Tetrions are also involved in cloaking devices.
No, that's tachyons.
Tachyon. I get it mixed up.
That's why I'm saying it's mixed here. Tachyons is cloaking devices. So tetrions. All right. So now that I got the refresher, I'll explain to the XO that basically this latnium has probably traveled through subspace. So like a communication, like we send communications to another ship through subspace. That's how this latnium have somehow traveled. As well as through time
and space, huh? That's impressive.
Talk about a wire transfer of some sort. Speaking of which, can I wire my my future paychecks to my past self?
Not really. Yeah, that could be speculation, Vinian.
It was a joke.
Okay, I'll go make a report to the captain and Helena about what we found.
You guys are so informed.
Okay.
Would you like to have a formal meeting about this? Or?
The Helena is willing to attend to any meeting if his presence is requested. course. He always makes himself available for the ship.
The senior staff to the observation lounge, we could band this one back and forth.
Absolutely. Captain, what are your thoughts?
Mon Capitan.
Calder.
So I got a phone thing.
Oh.
What did I miss?
Well, we did some.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, we did some checking on those Gorn freighters, and we found a bunch of latnium in them that appears to have traveled through time and space. So quite a bit. Probably someone's going to be looking for that at some point. And I'll give him L's report. And it looks like these freighters also were around the safe system when there was trouble there. So it looks like someone's been doing this for a while.
Any way we could single out a base they could be using?
Was there anything like that in the navigation systems for the freighters?
Rolling back the clock on their nav logs. I'll take that for one momentum.
Please.
Actually. They don't really have a singular base of operations besides there's safe and one other system that they kind of floated around. Let me check.
Also, how much my concern would be if they're covering Tetrion, how much of a risk of Tetrion radiation they may have, because that may affect your ship's performance. It may be a hazardous material in its own right.
Oh, okay. They have seen hanging around frequently around the safe and the Jovan system. They would hang around those systems for a week or so, and then go out, do something, and then come back to one of those two places. As far as risk for the ship, Insight Engineering, aim diff 1.
I'm looking at an 11, but I imagine someone else is better at that than I am. Oh, no.
Yeah, you have no clue. Maybe not. Some precautions might be in order.
Let's see if we can maybe neutralize the Tetrion radiation somehow.
Yeah.
Probably use your environmental systems to flush it out of the ship. Basically cycle the air until we get rid of it, because it is a particle. It's something you can get rid of. In
Looking at the sonic pressure washer.
Yeah.
The structure design. Structural engineering diff 2 is by ship structure sign. As you're able to modify the deflector dish to kind of flush the system, flush the cargo bay out.
Oops, someone's there. Hey.
Other note. Insight Con Diff 1 to realize something.
Oops.
Ross, looking over those dates, you notice that the latnium dates, the error bar are overlaps with your current time period. In fact, very, very recently, over your current time period, the current year is 2378. The error bars are 2369 plus or minus 20 years. So within the past couple of decades or so, this latnium was kind of snatched out of thin air. If it was going back, you might be able to see a report. If it's going forward, might be something interesting.
We have someone who's good at tracking down records, doing database searches, that kind of thing.
Well, if it's in the command computer, I do have some of the staff on call ready for my projects. I could probably reassign them back to general duty.
I was thinking if we could find out if there had been any big latnium heists or something like that, where this might have come from.
I would almost think that'd be more of a security bulletin issue. That may be something that's in your security logs in Starfleet rather than in the civil database.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, they generally don't advertise, oh no, we lost 90 bars of latnium. Or 180 bars.
Especially if it was Ferengi.
I will say that I am waiting on a callback from a contact of mine, a free Ferengi that may know something, but if you can find out without me having to make a deal with him, that would be advisable. He's a good friend, but even a friendly Ferengi costs, so. Well, friend.
Dirty diff 3.
We'll see if we can have Zogar do that one, since he's already...
Yeah, he's already
working.
active. Although, his 7. Yeah.
I'd be willing to assist him with my dice. I don't have a focus, but I have decent dice.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Oh, he's an officer of the ship, isn't he?
Yes. So
duty and discipline.
Yep.
I just realized. Sorry.
Transfer officer, but he still has officer status.
That was luck.
Oh, goodness.
There we go. Some nice momentum.
Yep. So, 1 float plus 1 more from duty and discipline.
Yeah, because the duty discipline's a bonus if it floats, no matter how much momentum we have.
Okay.
Extra questions, at least.
Going from this current date back on the error bar. I mean, Platinum Heights, they happen, but none of them are truly mysterious, or none of them are like DB core level of, ooh, that's weird. How did they get away with it? Most of them are like, okay, this was fairly obvious, mundane how they did it. Or we caught the guys a couple months later. Or some of them was assurance fraud, because Ferengi would do that. So, nothing going backwards, which could imply that it came from your recent future.
Okay, we'll search in the future.
Yeah.
So, we joke, but could we possibly have a query sent to Department of Temporal Investigations to see if there's an open case regarding stuff from the future that we should be on the lookout for?
Is that legal?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Calder's gonna have to pull strings on this one.
Has my commission been reinstated yet?
As far as Dr. Bog is concerned, yes. Naya it is still on the fence about it.
Can I propose something to you, author?
Yeah.
Actually, it might be easier to just go to another voice chat. It'll take like 30 seconds.
I suppose. Okay.
10 forward.
I gotcha. And bloop.
Hello. Yeah, so how about this? I use one of my favors on Naya and to get it reinstated, but I acquired 2 favors on Calder.
I'll allow that.
Right.
To allow him to assist on this.
That much like them poofing backward in time is a lot of money to suddenly be injected into the past.
Right.
Yep. Calder, as you are inquiring about whether you've been reinstated, you look on your records, and it appears that Naya has preemptively reinstated you to full active duty and in command of the Gungnir with all the privileges and responsibilities thereof.
Okay, with that, I don't think we need to go back to DC. We could probably just have it outfitted on a shuttle to go back to Aegis.
Your orders are still to return to Deep Space Aegis for your next assignment. And also,
Okay.
You have a break full of Gorn that you probably want to offload before they start mauling each other.
Make it their problem, not ours. They have more brick space than we do.
Easily.
Yeah, how much longer until we reach the station?
You're a day out.
So put all the Gorn and Bradford on a shuttle together and send them on their way, right?
Because that's gonna go well. Yeah.
What could go wrong?
That's how we lose this. That's how we lose a runabout. Several runabouts.
And Bradford. Not that that's a loss.
Yeah. But we'd want the shuttle back, though.
But yeah, to get in contact with Temporal Investigations, Presence Command Div 2, and Communications Command.
I got this.
Yeah, the 2 float. Kind of allows that to happen.
Cool.
As you have enough information to push. Hey, we there's a timey thingy here.
We're not just bugging you to bug you. We actually have a real reason to talk to you.
I would like to Take it to the GM, because I block bold.
Yes.
Would you like some assistance with the request?
Yes. Of course I would.
Galactic politics? I wouldn't. Don't say yes to that.
That's a bit a stretch. This is internal, not external.
I know. It'd be like Starfleet regulations or law or something like that. You get a bonus momentum at least. Hooray.
I'm going to re-roll that 0.
Fishing. Alright, so 3 altogether.
Now all we need is for someone to roll the ship.
Oh. Comms. Command. Complication range is not that high. Oops. Well. Oh, it didn't matter anyway.
Nothing, not officially, but there's like a wink and a nod in there in your direction. But yeah, she might notice that informally, but Elle did put in several good words for you, Calder, to emergency reinstate you.
Thank you, Elle.
You're welcome.
Okay, and starships. So one more. So we have 4 float.
Oh, okay.
Temporal Investigations acknowledges as that, as far as they can intel, going back through their records, this latnium wasn't stolen from our recent past. Therefore, it must have been stolen from our recent future. No, they're not that good. They can't answer your question before you ask.
Actually, it could be a temporal directive violation.
Probably.
We know you're going to ask. No, we have to let them ask. We know they're going to, but we have to let them ask.
They're interested in doing a more thorough scan of the latnium. If you're willing to surrender it on DSA, they might be able to get those error bars down and get you something more precise. As far as the Tetrion, radiation, that is not an effective time travel, so something through subspace or some sort of other phenomenon must have irradiated them.
And there's lots of causes of it. That's what makes it hard to narrow down. Because you could fly through it. You could be hit by it.
Yeah.
You could do it to yourself on purpose for whatever insane reason.
Yeah, they're willing to help you on this. As they'll just have to take it into their facilities and do a more thorough scan.
Oh, they'd like that, wouldn't they?
A suggestion I have for our bonus momentum: maybe we throw even all 4 of it for this be a fast track thing, so they get back to us as soon as they can. Like, this is the priority for them because we're asking really nicely. Because I can't think of any questions we have to ask them is the thing.
Yeah. They did ask to clarify if there's any sort of marks or any other molecular signatures or stuff you can find on them. Oh, I actually did not mention that. Upon closer inspection of the latnium, when you forge gold press latnium and you put the mark on it, it is forged in such a way that the mark and the forging was happening at the same time. This looks like the latnium did have a mark on it, but then was heat treated to kind of smooth and smush that out.
They filed off the signature.
Basically.
Could we do some like a deep scan to see if there was like deeper residual imprint of the stamp?
Yeah. They basically filed off the signature And I'll make this easy. Reason in Science Div 2, assisted by Sensor Client.
AL, you want to roll that one?
What is it?
Reason Science.
Yeah. Just gotta switch windows. Reason Science Div 2. And what's the actual task? What am I doing?
We're trying to find an imprint on the latnium that had been filed off, but we're looking to see if there's any kind of deeper imprint we can pick up from what it was.
Alright. So, am I using a tricorder or what?
Yeah, you're using a tricorder and just kind of verifying it with ship sensors. So diff 1.
Actually, I think all I need is 1 since he got the 2 on the ship roll. There we go. That'll work.
Easy.
Easy.
Oh God.
It takes a little bit. You have to reverse engineer it pretty much, but there is a very particular pattern, and that is very faintly left in the crystalline lattice. And you do some passes, enhance, and you see the Federation in stamp upon them.
Oh.
Huh.
Anything specific, like, where it came from in the Federation, or?
For 1 momentum.
Yes, please.
Would the Federation make latnium?
Yes, they would. They do have some stores of latnium to use when they have stores of latnium on hand or when they're dealing with other cultures that use it. Just like the United States have stocks of currency of other nations to help trade with them. Yeah, this could be used for negotiations, trade deals, colonial development, that kind of stuff.
I can imagine even Federation citizens, if they had enough credit, be like, "Hey, can I have like a couple? I need some money to go on my tourism trip to Frankenar." Like, oh, okay, well, you're allotted this much. Have fun.
Yep, stuff like that. And given in that, going over the information, there has been in no recent thefts of Federation and latnium stores in the past 20 years.
You said we could spend a point of momentum to figure out maybe where in the Federation it was from? Like
who's
Federation
minting
Reserve
market
Bank?
sort of thing.
Yeah, this is just Federation Reserve Bank. Where was that? It's on a world. Oh, that's near the core world, but not one of the 4. This map loads. Yeah, there's 3 specific vaults they use. This came from 1 specific vault. As soon as this loads. There it goes. Now I can actually read planet name. This is from Beta Rigel. There's a latnium bolt on that world. The Rigelians. And as you were discussing this, it is at this point that you get a yellow alert call. Come on.
We'll report to the bridge.
Security officers to the brig. Security officers to the brig. As there appears to be another fight breaking out in the brig.
Okay, we'll send down enough security officers to put down any breakout there. I'll head down as well.
Them with numbers.
Okay.
And we'll put up the force fields along the corridors of that deck.
All right, that sounds like a couple of tasks. Spending momentum. Or threat. I don't spend momentum. Press security diff 3, a plus communication security in order to get security teams down there. And we'll resolve this roll and then move on to force fields.
Guess we should have our security officer do that one.
Or anyone from the senior staff can call that.
I got this. Well, takes the momentum for 4 dice.
Okay.
Leadership as a focus.
Yes. And you just crush this.
So 4 momentum, 1 float.
4 momentum, 1 float. Security teams are on the way to secure the situation. What would you like to do with the float?
Treat them as 1 extra. This, when the security team's being used, they'll act as if they have 2 advantages.
That plus 1 more, yeah. You get the elite guards down there. For the force field. On a scale of 1 to 5, how hard do you want on it to be to secure that? How hard do you want to secure that deck? Ross?
How high tip do you want? This is what that sounds like.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll go max.
Just lock down that deck.
Right, I'm not having any Gorn take over my ship.
Yeah, that's security. Control engineering diff 5. I've assisted by structure security. Would anyone be running down to the brig at this point?
Not the diplomat. He's not going down there.
Yeah, I'll go down there.
Maldone, Calder, Bog.
I'm here.
Would you be running down to the brig to answer this security alert?
Absolutely.
Gonna have
go for injuries. Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna have Zogar assist, and I'm gonna spend 3 momentum.
And Zogar's assist and the ship's assist. Come on, ship. Have any rerolls in that?
Can I use determination, support your peers and subordinates?
Yes, I'll allow that.
Okay.
As it takes a little while, you are kind of doing this on the run, but between you and Zogar, you managed to put security fields up. And spending 2 threat for raisins. Calder and Maldone, where would you be heading at this time?
I currently have no idea.
I don't really have an idea either.
Probably, I would suggest perhaps officers that we go to the bridge to help coordinate any efforts, or possibly look for, if this is a prelude to a prison break, there may be a ship on route
Fair enough.
to break
Yeah,
them
let's
out.
Yes.
Bridge it is.
Yeah, Rostel, I suggest scanning for subspace or temporal anomalies nearby.
I'll certainly try. Increase diff because you're running. Increase diff because of override. And science. And that's brought down to diff F3 because of sensors. Reason science diff 3 assisted by sensor science to scan the exterior of the ship.
Reason science. Sensor operations.
Yes.
I haven't done an external sensor scan yet, have I?
You have not. It's all been internal. You can certainly buy extra dice.
True. You know what? Let's take a chance because we get the ship still. Let's just buy 1 dice. And I've already got the crit fails out of the way, so we should be okay.
Momentum or threat?
Momentum.
I have to ask. You have a reroll in ya?
Nope.
You're trying to do it on this pad that slashed through the ship's security, ship's external sensors. You're not sure. You're not seeing anything, but you're also running down the hallways at the same time. Yeah. Hold on, and you can assist. Walk over to the side station.
Or maybe the relief science officer could help.
Ooh, if you have one in stock, that's a way better roll because they actually have focuses on that.
Yeah, Patterson can help from the bridge. If you wish to activate him.
Reasonable science. Sensor ops. Yes. Okay. And his talent doesn't help him with this, unfortunately.
Yeah. As far as you know, there's no one outside, but it's kind of hard to tell.
That was for Patterson.
Hold on. Hold on. I already got.
Did you already do that? Oh, I said. Okay, I didn't see
Yeah.
that.
But you're running down the corridors. You get your way to the brig. Takes a little while to step through the force fields as you have to authorize. Yes, can I get through the force field, please? As you're running down, there's security officers coming in. There's two engineering personnel that's running out, just trying to get away from the mess. And as you get inside, you see the Gorn captain, and has been bitten heavily on the shoulder and neck, and on the floor is another large Gorn that is currently in seizures. Just flopping on the floor or uncontrollably.
Medical emergency. Need medical staff to the brig immediately, and anybody who's attacking or doing anything like that, we're gonna stun them.
None of the other Gorn aren't seem to be attacking, and the Gorn captain's kind of standing over this seizing guy. Kind of getting ready to step on his face and crush his skull. But Dr. Bog, you are in the room.
Okay. I don't know that I meant to step right in the room where they're killing people.
Is there a way to?
You're in the external brig area. You're not like in the cell with them yet.
Okay.
Can we beam the injured Gorn out, or the seizing Gorn out? And I guess if the captain, you said the captain is bit, or
the captain is bit. He's bleeding from the neck and shoulder. He still seems to be up, but that is a nasty wound.
I guess can we beam them out of the cell without risking other Gorn?
The other two Gorn that are in the cell with them are standing back like, I'm not involved in this.
Okay, then we'll just...
yeah, you can safely lower the fields.
Okay, then we'll do that then.
Okay, the security officer lowers the field as this Gorn captain is still ready to step on this guy's face.
Don't stand aside. We'll take care of him. What happened?
He attacked me.
Was there an argument or a confrontation, or did he just attack you out of the blue?
It does not matter. As he slowly starts lowering his foot. President's command. Diff. I'm going to spin to make this as hard. Diff 4 to talk this man from not committing murder.
Okay, I'm going to... Can I use focus of other cultures can be interesting to talk to him?
Haven't you used the determination already today?
Oh, I did, yes.
You could burn a milestone out of doing that.
No, I don't think I do that.
Yeah, I'll allow that. As you now have an advantage, as you remember Holana's very thrilling and involved speech about Gorn culture. And you can use that to make this roll easier on you.
Does that drop the difficulty?
Yeah, could drop the difficulty, or you can leave in the wings to activate a special effect afterwards. But mostly, you can use it to adjust the difficulty and complication range.
Yeah, can I do that?
Yep. So diff 3. And would you
Okay.
like to purchase additional dice?
Yes, I will purchase. Oh, are we out of momentum?
Fortunately.
I had to spend 1 and 1 to give you that advantage.
It's been 1 and 1. We don't have any momentum.
Well, there was 1 momentum, and then I spent 1 threat to, because it normally costs 2 momentum to turn it on, but you can spend threat instead of momentum. So I was like, I think you would want a diff decrease.
Okay, so I will spend 3 threat to get the 4 dice.
Okay.
And
So-
talk him down.
What exactly do you say to this Gorn to talk him down?
Okay, I understand that he's attacked you, but we're going to resolve the situation without killing him, and we're going to find out what happened. If you do attack and kill him, we're going to have to take you down. We will use lethal force if we have to, but we don't want to. So, just
And
settle down.
Very, very slowly, he removes his foot and stands against the back of the wall. Dr. Bog, you can now get in there and start helping this Gorn who is violently thrashing on the floor and foaming at the mouth.
Okay.
Gorn rabies.
This is alien physiology. Might not be familiar with it. You have, and there's something hidden that's making this slightly more difficult.
Okay, well, I'll be using quick study to circumvent that.
Excellent.
That's when attempting a task that will involve an unfamiliar medical procedure or which is to treat an unfamiliar species, or any difficulty increase stemming from your unfamiliarity.
Okay, so that will bring it down to diff 2 then, because there's
Okay.
2 increases. It's because of unfamiliar stuff. But complication 3, as this is a big violent Gorn who is flailing around with large limbs and sharp claws.
Okay. My field medicine, when attempting a medical task, you may ignore any increase in difficulty for working without the proper tools and equipment.
You can
Still
use
gonna
that
be
to
difficult to do?
yeah, difficulty 2, or you can use that to decrease the complication.
Decrease the complication with that then.
Yep, because some of the complication is you don't really have a way of restraining this guy.
Okay, so complication range of 2. Xenobiology, is that a good focus for me?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll give you a threat for bold. And here we go.
Nice. Gain momentum. You run your tricorder over this man's body. His testosterone and adrenaline levels are off the chart, like lethally off the charts.
Okay. Is there-
Something terrible will happen to him, but you're able to put counter agents in his bloodstream to counteract that.
Okay, good.
With that,
Let me ask you, do I think this might have been like a venom from a bite or something? Or do I think something else is nefarious going on here?
I can answer that for 1 momentum.
All right. I'll give you the momentum. I'm curious to what caused this.
There's no obvious injury wounds or a venom. Gorn don't have venom; they just have strong jaws. And there's no puncture wounds, or any missing scales or weird powders on his person. And however, you do sniff around, and there's a faintly sweet smell. In fact, Elle, you have keen senses, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. So you would be able to take this as a. Do you have any focuses or interest in botany or biology?
No.
So particles physics, it's be a little weird for you, but you might be able to get it. Insight Science Diff 3 for you, as you might be able to smell where the rocket's cooking.
I do have a research focus, if that'll help.
That'll be if you're cross-referencing this, and it's later. Yeah, I'm looking for something like botany, biology, or I will accept something like cultural studies.
Yeah, no, none of that. Alright, so diff 3. I guess I'm gonna have to give you 3 threat.
You do have momentum. You want use that?
We can do threat this time.
Sounds good.
Actually, no, scratch that. Let's use value of theory for every situation and use determination.
Sounds good.
Alright, and there we go. That'll do it.
That will do it.
Oh wait, insight science.
What's your insight?
It's only 1 down.
So
okay, so I wouldn't get the second one there, but that's still enough with the 2 hits.
Yep. So you don't get the extra, but you do get the hit. I'm gonna whisper this to you.
Alright, he'll share with the class.
As you say, there's a distinct floral smell in the area. As the Gorn on the ground stabilizes, he stops up seizing, but he is definitely unconscious, and you definitely need to get him to sick bay for further treatment.
How about the Gorn captain? How's he doing?
He also needs. He will eventually need treatment.
All right, we'll put them both in restraints and have a security detail escort them up to sickbay.
Okay. You do so as you lead these two to the sick bay in shackles and with security teams.
I want to ask the other 2 Gorn that were also in the cell what they saw, what happened.
Presence Command Diff 1. We didn't see. There was no reason whatsoever. Or we were standing here. Officer, another engineering officer, came in, talked to the security guard, and then all of a sudden, and he just started freaking out and attacked the captain.
Okay. Okay, I'll head back up to the bridge and fill in the captain about what happened.
While you're on the bridge, Patterson in notes. That's odd. I got a slight chronoton reading, but it wasn't from outside the side of the ship. It was from deck 12.
I believe you've been boarded, Captain.
Deck 12 is also where the brig is.
Are there any recordings? At the airlock, this dude entered through, or did you just teleport it? Well, warp, transport in.
Yeah, you can and check your systems. Reason Con on Diff 2, assisted by Computers Con.
Maldon, take a direct. Maldon?
Yep.
I'm giving you a
Yep.
direct to do.
I know.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, didn't hear any confirmation.
I'm gonna take one momentum or one dice with threat.
Okay. Gain 2 momentum. Maldon, you confirm that no one has entered or exited the ship in the past 3 days. No transporter signatures, no airlocks, no docking vessels.
Okay. I relay that information.
Ross Tubog, when you're examining that Gorn that was having the seizures, can you check in for any implants that could have been activated remotely?
I sure can.
Captain Calder, at this time, what are your orders?
Continue our course to DSA and send a report to Nea.
Okay. Done. Meanwhile, Dr. Bog, it's very easy to heal the Gorn captain. He's grumpy but cooperative. Lots of lacerations on his neck that nearly he hit some critical blood vessels, but be able to dermal regenerate him and patch him up.
And sending him back to another cell with other Gorn in it, we're going to put him in his own cell to see to his protection.
Do you still want me to look for implants?
Yes, please, in the one that had the seizures.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, that one. That's more reason. Medicine. Any complication on that? Reason medicine, difficulty 3, assisted by sensors medicine.
So technical expertise, get me a reroll. Xenobiology, biology, gonna give me a focus.
Yes.
Alright, I'll spend a momentum to get an extra dice. Nice.
Very nice.
And did you say sensors medicine?
Yep. Rosh already got that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did better than I did, so.
6, 7. Momentum. So you're full up on momentum. Obviously lots of stresses on a system, especially cardiovascular systems are really stressed out. But curiously, this Gorn has a pituitary gland malfunction. Seems to be a prenatal genetic augmentation. So some sort of genetic augmentation that was done before conception. And you also find some weird nodules in the snout along the sinus ridges. That are not supposed to be there.
So nodules?
Yeah, little nodules along the lymphatic system, and that have recently burst.
On with the pituitary.
You can ask additional questions.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Having technical difficulties.
All right. Do these look like genetic modifications? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Specifically, how they're uniformly done, and there's no weird tags on it. This appears to be prenatal.
Prenatal. Okay. Yeah, I like that question. Could the nodules have induced the Gorn to attack? The floral smell?
Not specifically a floor or smell, but they seem to have been triggered partly by the pheromonic spell of the Gorn captain, and partly by another key. There's like 2 molecules that have to sit in order to burst these nodes, and you checked inside these nodes are full of testosterone and adrenaline.
Okay,
But,
so this is something somebody triggered on this guy then?
Yep. That would be a reasonable assumption. There was 2 keys that were waiting to be induced into this guy's nose before they activated.
Okay, I'd like to see if there's a way for me to trace that and check the other ones to see if this is set up in them as well, and figure out how how they're activated.
Do another reason medicine difficulty 2, and this will cover activation and also scanning the rest of the Gorn crew.
Okay, I'm sorry. Reason medicine?
Yep, reason medicine diff 2.
Okay. I'm gonna use a value drive to heal and save lives here. Because I'm concerned that this is some sort of I'm not sure what's going on here, but this is somebody's trying to get people killed here. Is what I'm calling that. I'm going to use a momentum and a threat to get bold also.
Okay.
And
So you're
take
rolling
a
3
loss.
dice. Yeah, plus 2 hit. And sensor med. Goodness. So, the frickin' float.
Okay, so I'm going to use some of that float to create the advantage that I know exactly how this is being how they're activating this genetic quirk, and I'd like to spend some additional momentum to know, basically trace the key genetic coding to know who maybe have done this to these Gorn.
Okay. You scan the rest of the Gorn prisoners. None of them have this genetic abnormality. The trigger appears. You can kind of backtrack it, and it is specifically the Gorn captain and some sort of floral scent, which you remember that L was talking about.
Okay. I apologize. I need to get this phone call here. This is my wife calling twice in a row, so
Okay.
just a moment, okay?
Would you like to look into what that at smell could possibly be, or
Sure.
or did someone want to pull up any cameras and records?
We can do that research. Definitely take up the research.
Research sounds good. Yeah, you're trying to do this a little bit fuzzy. Diff 3 complication 2, because you're basically trying to remember a smell that you've only smelled once. But the
Alright.
ship's computer science can help.
Sorry, I just got back into roll 20, so it's the reason science roll?
Yep.
Well, we already did one roll on the smell, right?
That was an insight roll, not a reason roll. Now you're actually going to the computer and basically asking it. No, it doesn't quite smell like this. It smelled a little more or accurate, or a little more or acidity.
Oh, so we're having that what if game with the computer now.
Yep. So research urge focus would definitely come in.
All right. We have an extra momentum there.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that for our Dr. Bog. So he has one float. He used.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna spend one for an extra dice. And just for the heck of it, let's use the metal that doubles the focus range.
Okay, so you crit on a 10 and under.
Crit on a 10 and below.
Yep.
So I count 5 successes.
And the ship.
So that's 6 successes.
All right.
There's a whole lot of float for anyone to use if they want advantages or anything like that.
You find that at this particular floral smell, It takes a little bit, but especially since you can cross-reference with what Dr. Bog found, this is a particular Romulan in flower. It only grows on Romulus. There's some specialized breeders that have managed to grow it in very controlled environments, but it's rare to see it outside of Romulus.
This web is getting really tangled.
Any advantages you want to make?
Ross, do you have any advantages you want to set up?
Trying to think. Nothing's coming to the top of my head. How about you?
Calder?
Can't think of anything.
Might as well just spend 2 just to set up an advantage to reduce the difficulty on anything else involving the smell.
Such as identifying it or sensing it again?
Yeah,
Okay.
just to not let it go to waste.
So, this web is getting curiouser and curiouser. There's one more thread, Ed, you can pull on, and that is ship's internal sensors.
Yeah, what's the video show of the situation?
Absolutely. It's fairly easy to find. Control security diff 1. This is by ship's computer security. You need to start throwing harder rolls at you guys, but fairly standard stuff. All right, so you have
We're
to
pushing the play button.
This is simple. Pushing the play button.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Let's cut back to Dr. Bog really quick. You do have one float available. L has informed you that at the other half of the molecular trigger is a special Romulan flower. It only grows on Romulus, and a couple of niche growers can get it to grow in specialized controlled conditions. So this is something that would... Yeah, this seems to be another smell that would... a Gorn would very rarely run into.
So either just a really weird fluke, or it's a very specific trigger that was designed to not accidentally trigger. And I guess this smells of plot.
Plot in my game? Never.
Yeah, I'll inform the captain of my findings.
Alright.
Let him know that my concern is that the Romulans may be messing around here somehow, or assisting somebody to mess around.
Holana, for that question, Insight Command Diff 1.
I'm gonna grab 3 momentum.
All sorts of out of order. Ross, you have to float.
You're welcome for all that momentum there.
I appreciate it. That makes my life so much easier. I'm gonna reach a little. Actually, I'm gonna reach big. Galactic politics or diplomacy our familiarity with the Romulans and how to deal with them?
I'll take diplomacy.
Okay.
Alright, so that's 6. It is a Tal Shiao, our only item. Any proficient gardener on Romulus can grow this, and it's not exactly a restricted item. It's not especially poisonous or toxic or anything. It's just kind of pretty. It smells nice. It's only dangerous if you have this very specific genetic trigger.
Did my research in my momentum spend there tell me who I thought had done this genetically to them?
You did know that this was done on preconception. So this was like a fresh batch of DNA injected into an embryo type level. This wasn't done post-conception.
Okay, so roughly how old was the Gorn that I treated that had this?
Gorn matured pretty quickly. This Gorn was about 17 years old.
So this is something that was done to them 17 years ago.
In this timeline, maybe, or another timeline.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're messing with that.
What? Temporal shenanigans in my game?
Always.
All right. Holana, any advantages or something you want to do with this?
Probably just to obtain information on a list of people, people who work with this or are known to have quality flowers, just so I have a list.
Yeah, there are some people outside of Romulus that would that are able to grow this. They're very specialized, and they kind of brag about it because, hey, I got this girl off Romulus. So you have a short list of people in the area. It's about 10 to 15 people long, but you can start cross-referencing and cutting those people out.
I'll do that, and all this information I basically enter into central computer with a bulletin toward the senior staff, like, hey, by the way, I was doing some research. Ding. Generally doesn't say stuff out loud for reasons.
Russ, let's go over that sensor log. You pull up the security log of the a brig. You see the 2 human security, 8 team members are standing guard. One of them is at the console. A Vulcan crewmate walks into the brig. They talk idly. The human and crewmate say something about Ensign Bailey's quarters needing to be cleaned this morning, and apparently that was quite funny. Just scuttlebutt about her being sick and it was vomit in her quarters this morning. And then the Vulcan scratches the back of her neck several times. About a minute after this, the Gorn starts to hulk out and go insane. Security officers rush in and try to control the situation. This Vulcan stands against the far wall, doesn't blink at the violence, looks at the console, and they begin to leave about 20 seconds before you, Bog, and Elle arrive. And then it just shows you guys entering the brig and handling the situation.
All right, we'll see what the sensor logs say where that Vulcan went.
They passed right by you. They were one of the people who were running out of the brig as you were coming in. They go down the corridor, head into one of the restrooms in the corridor. and they do not come out. They haven't left yet.
Yeah, we'll send a security team to that restroom and see what's what here. I'm sure they're long gone, but
Would a player like to go down to the head and check it out?
I'll go.
Yeah, reason, security, or science, diff 2. As far as you know, there's no one hiding out in there, and there's no signs of forced entry or exit. No one ripped off the ventilation system and started crawling around in there.
Check for transport signatures.
Yeah. Let's get on the bridge to see if we can do a scan on that. See if anybody beamed out or temporal equivalent of.
For the 2 momentum, I can say that happens.
Okay.
There's no sign of a standard beam out, but there is a slight chronoton signature, but not that much variance.
The Vulcan officer, is he or she a known member of the crew, or?
Someone could double check that.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't
background
recognize
that.
them. You don't recognize them offhand, but you do have another 300 new crew members that you haven't been rubbing shoulders with the past couple months.
Yeah, let's track them down.
Computer's on. Maldon, do you want to take this role? Go through the computer systems?
Sure.
Alright, freezing con div 2.
One dice with threat.
Okay.
Rerolling that. Crit. There we go. Better.
And con? Three threat generated. You scan and your crew roster up and down, and cross-referencing with the security footage. This is Vulcan officer does not belong on your ship.
Mm-hmm.
To no one's surprise. You do have three float. Would you like to ask any additional questions or expand your search?
So they're not part of the rosters. They wouldn't have quarters or anything like that. They just somehow appeared.
Mm-hmm.
I guess let's keep following the sensor locks backwards until they are not there.
Can we get any information of when they got on the ship?
I'll take that
Right.
for one momentum. Because your vessel does keep a scan of biosigns and stuff. About 30 minutes before or the incident, and you became one unborn body heavy. And then approximately 3 minutes after the event, and you came back to normal roster levels.
Perfect.
I'll
go into Commander Ross. We got someone who's not supposed to be here.
So they came and went. It looks like with the express mission of starting that fight between the Gorn. Where did they come from? Who are they, and why'd they do it?
Where'd you come from, and where'd you go? Where'd you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
So either there's a cloaked or displaced ship nearby. Can we double check the Gorn freighters? Make sure there's nobody hiding over there.
Yeah, for one momentum, and you can expand that.
Yes.
There was no unauthorized crew members on the Gorn ships. And is it about this time that you are 6 hours out from DSA?
Captain, I recommend that we keep shields up until we get to the starbase, just in case there's any other unauthorized visitors.
Yep.
Madon, you have one more our float. Just want to ask any additional questions or create an advantage?
I think what Alana said was a good one.
Yeah, check if he's on a security, Starfleet security or Starfleet intelligence bulletin of, hey, here's a known agent. Watch out for him.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I'll take that as an advantage to expand this to Starfleet intelligence and the Klingon Empire. Nothing within Starfleet security. Starfleet intelligence is kind of tight-lipped about it because Romulan agents is playing as Vulcans is kind of dangerous. So they're kind of playing that close to the chest, but they'll say that they'll get back to you, but this doesn't sound like any MO that they're familiar with. Klingons, the Klingon Empire, however, does have a report of something very similar to this. It was as about 6 months ago. A notable Klingon, a notable Klingon noble of a house was suddenly terminated. He had a very, very specific protein allergy, and he was fed and a tar cart are laced with a Tholian and protein structure, and that triggered a massive anaphylactic shock in his system, and he died. And apparently, this allergy kind of went unnoticed throughout his entire life, but it looks like it was within every single one of his cells. So something along the lines of there was an unknown allergic reaction that was triggered very specifically.
Did we check and see if any of the other Gorn have the same problem?
None of the other Gorn aren't show any of the genetic markers or any genetic modification.
Was this specific Gorn only that they wanted dead?
Yep. The specific Gorn who was specifically in the cell with the captain, who specifically smelled this flower, was targeted to have this genetic tweak that made him Hulk out when he smelled both the captain and this flower. Quite convenient.
He's to silence the captain.
Yep.
I think we need to re-interview that captain.
One thing I might point out is that these people, even when we interviewed the guy and the others, they had this idea of their benefactor, this very rich benefactor, who threw a lot of resources at them. This benefactor doesn't want to get caught or be traced back to, and they may be trying to close off any avenue to get back to them.
Hopefully the captain will be more talkative now that he knows that someone is trying to kill him. What do you say we go have a chat with him?
What do you say, Captain?
Go for it.
Mr. Helena, would you like to go with me to interview him? I think our skills would be good together.
As you're able to pull the Gorn captain aside into interview room, he's sitting there grumpily. I've already told you everything I have to say.
Captain, I think it's obvious that someone wants you gone so you don't tell us anything. Obviously, that's probably going to continue. They're not going to just let you live. If you help us out, we can prevent them from getting to you if we stop them first.
Consider as well that if you were worried that this was they came after you with rather sophisticated means. Now, that isn't because it must have been because you have information that may not have been apparent in an interrogation from before. It would have to be something that would seem innocuous but is otherwise important. Something that you didn't mention to us because either you didn't think it was relevant or it wasn't our business. But suddenly someone's willing to kill you to make you stop. And they're not asking you, they're going to make you. So either we stop them or they stop you. That's how the intelligence game works.
I was under the impression that this was some sort of allergic reaction.
It was a programmed reaction that made him react violently and want to kill you. He was bred to do this.
That's ridiculous.
He was
didn't even know
prepared
me
for this.
He didn't even know me until a year ago.
But we suspect the people that have hired you are able to use time to their advantage. So this could have been done in a different timeline, and he brought back here, just for this kind of situation.
basically they put a trigger within this person. He didn't even know that he was of any threat to you, that he even wanted to go after you, but at a certain point, in a certain way, hostile forces activated him in such a way that he would become a threat to you. It's meant to look, the idea is to make it look like an accident, so we wouldn't suspect anything. Unfortunately for them, Starfleet is, if nothing else, very observant, and they don't like unanswered questions.
Yeah, one of their agents got aboard this ship, activated him, and then left without a trace. It shows you how sophisticated and serious they are about killing you.
So if there's anything you haven't told us, anything at all, we need to know, because they believe you have something.
Can I use my telepathy to pick up if there's any way we can tilt him in our direction?
Actually, let's do presence command opposed. You two can assist each other.
Well, what if I don't like this guy very much? No, I'm just kidding.
So presence command.
Yep.
Do you wish me to spend again for Garner Culture for this role, or can that advantage be standing?
I was understanding that at the advantage standing.
Cool. I just wanted to check with you. I didn't want to assume.
Yeah, that advantage will still stand. You're both quite refreshed on how Gorn culture works, so you have one advantage.
I'll also throw in an additional point of momentum.
Okay, I will spend one. I'm gonna spend 3 threat to match.
Diplomacy focus for the assist?
Yes.
That's unfortunate. There's a bonus momentum for me anyway because I'm helping, so I can make quashing that easier at least.
You get that bonus momentum, but unfortunately, I won. You just squash.
My 1 bonus plus 1.
Your 1 bonus. And do 6.
Effectively, you had 1 for you. 3 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Even if you got a 2, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
There's no way to win this.
He's not willing to talk. He's clammed up. If he does know something, he's not telling, or he's not talking to you. However, he's going to reverse this and say, well, if I'm in such danger, maybe a Starfleet, it should put me in protective custody of sorts. I heard that you have such programs and such tactics available for you. If someone is after me, bury me.
That's no guarantee that of your safety. You know, they are able to infiltrate Starfleet fairly effectively. So we can do what we can. We're going to do everything we can to protect you, but you know, it's not 100%.
But if you give us that information, you have an extra shield and you have a knife out to your enemy.
Why do you want to protect them after they try to kill you?
I owe nothing to my employer. We made a transaction, and they paid up front, and our business is done. What more do you want to know?
Who your employer was?
I told you, we went through a fence.
They give us the fence. If you can't give us answers, he can. Or they can, as the case may be.
Azea, Saurian female on Jovan. she's well known in the black market as a job broker.
Okay, well, we'll check her out. She won't know it came from you.
And what guarantee do I have that you will protect me?
Well, for starters, we'll keep you in solitary with a panic button and guards outside your door until we get to the starbase. I think that's the best we can do.
Very well. Any last questions?
Do I get an insight feeling? Is this captain being straight with us, or is he trying to? Did he just throw a name at us to make us go away? Like he just plucked the name out of the air?
Insight, command, and difficulty 3, which can be brought down to 2 because as you have an advantage on Gorn culture.
Focus on composure. Like despite being excited and him talking, I'm still like focusing dead on with this guy. I'm staring him down and stuff, trying to keep focused. Cool. Spend a momentum. Could this be construed as an attempt to detect a trap or other form of danger?
I'll accept it, since if he's trying to, this could definitely be a trap.
So that gets me a reroll. I want to hit this. I'm gonna take the other 2 momentum too. Sorry, everybody. I don't want to give him threat.
Oh, what's wrong? What's the worst that can happen?
A lot. I know that. You know I know that.
Time and time again.
I think I have him.
You got a
do have
reroll
him.
there, don't you?
Do you want me to fish, guys? I can.
You do have a fish, but at this point you have got the roll.
Sure.
Hey.
Nice. He's got 1 momentum back. It is kind of hard to tell. He definitely knows this person, and he didn't think too long to get it, but yeah. This seems to be a legitimate name from his roster and a legitimate person who would be in a position to give people jobs. So this is... So, Isaiah is a job broker of sorts, but you're not sure if she's connected to this particular job. You would have to pull more strings and tie them together. So it's a lead, you're just not sure if it's an accurate lead. That makes sense? That makes sense?
It does.
Okay.
Good captain, I do appreciate, I imagine Starfleet appreciates your candor and what cooperation you've given so far, and understand, of course, that it is not in the Federation, it is in the Federation's interest to chase down its enemies and those who would harm those in its care, as well as those who would lie to them to put them in danger. But you wouldn't do that, Captain. You're too smart for that. I mean, it's not like we could tell the Klingons where you are and possibly transfer you into their care for whatever crimes you've done. I mean, I'm sure you've done nothing to anger Klingons or anything. But I'm just thinking out loud. Don't mind me.
Not recently. He laughs.
Yeah, Klingons are known for their short memory. I'm sure. He smiles.
Bash them in the head enough they have really short memories. Or vaporize them. That tends to shorten memories.
Ashton's giving him a look now.
Rost, any last questions before we head to the new scene?
No, I can't think of anything else to ask him.
All right. He does indeed get it. Yeah, let's make this a task. It sounds like a task roll. Presence, Commander, Security, Div 2, assisted by Structure Security. To give him a nice, safe hidey hole that no assassin who can travel through time could possibly get into.
Would you like an extra pair of hands with that?
Sure.
I have no focus for this. There's no way. Klingon culture. No.
Klingons have solitary confinement, but they tend to be a little more slimy.
You get a free targ. No, it's not your pet.
All right, gain 2 momentum. As indeed you put him in solitary confinement, holding cells. You have force fields set up and 2 guards outside, and panic button.
Well, I think that's the best we can do for him. I guess we should go back and talk to Mr. Calder, or Captain Calder, and let him know he's not, well, sort of cooperated.
Yeah, I gave him a look, and the name he gave us is probably okay, but he might have just said that to give us any information that gets him into protective care. Starfleet's security is legendary, so if you wanted to find a hidey hole, you're a good fit. I suppose we are a good fit, better way to put it.
Nothing bad will ever happen. You managed to reconvene on the bridge. You're about 2 hours out from MDSA. Any last minute preparations before you dock?
Let's tighten up the security tab bit.
How would you like to do that?
With torpedoes, sorry.
Just fire random torpedo spreads around the ship.
Can we detect any trace of how that Vulcan agent got on or off this ship? I mean, is there anything, a residue left over that we could detect if it happens again?
Slight chronoton on ship. If she did time travel, it was a very short jump. Less than a year in either direction.
So have the ship have a running scan for that and highlight it.
Yeah, can we detect chronotons, real time?
You can set that up as an advantage.
Yes.
I might say that's diff 3. Chronotons are kind of notoriously elusive. Control science difficulty 3, assisted by sensor science.
We should get Mr. L to do that. It's more his strength. Hey, L, you there?
Yeah, what needs to be done?
Chronoton detector, control science.
All right. Control science. Div 3. We did already look at chronotons once this episode.
Yeah, we were wanting to set up detectors to make sure that nobody pops in the ship uninvited.
Yes, you did. So, your talents would fire.
All right, so Div 2, rolling 3 dice.
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh.
It takes a little bit, but you manage to set up a sweeping chronoton system that's going through the ship every. How often would you want sweeps? Every minute. Probably the shortest window you can do is every minute, but that might put a strain on the rest of the
How long
sensors.
does the speed take?
The sweep takes about 30 seconds. Go from bow to stern.
So I'd say like every 5 minutes.
Okay.
We'll have to do it more often if, it's only a few more hours until we get to the starbase. They might try again since it wasn't successful. And that's going to be their best chance.
You could do it more often, but that would take up bandwidth from other air sensor systems, so you might be blind to other things. Not like you're going to run into a rock or anything, but if there's a sudden radiation surge, you might not see it if you're doing a chronoton sweep at the same time.
How about every 2 minutes instead?
Give them as small a window to slip through as possible without compromising your network.
Yep.
Let's cut it in half. Let's do every 2.5 minutes. That way it rotates to a half minute as well.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
So you have that at set up. There's going to be some weird windows where you're kind of going to be blind to the outside to do certain radiation bands and stuff while you're doing the chronoton sweep inside, but navigational sensors and stuff will still be good. It's kind of hard to miss a GARAM ship in deep space.
Yeah. One suggestion I might have as well, if you want to up your security transfer of your prisoners, is to coordinate with the security officer of the station and treat this as a VIP prisoner transfer. So full guards on both ends, full sensor sweep on both ships. Treat this with a lot more care than you normally would, like the way you'd move an augment prisoner rather than just a bunch of Gorn pirates.
Good idea. We'll phone ahead, make reservations.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and communication plus Prison Command Div 2 plus communication. Either Rost or Calder can do that.
I'll do it.
Would you like some assistance?
Go for it.
I have no focus for this. I have no good one. Nothing that makes sense anyway.
Take a threat GM.
And do you have a focus, Calder?
I got leadership, diplomacy, Starfleet protocol.
Starfleet protocol.
Sounds nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eagle that 0.
And communications con, but man. Ross, gonna get the communications command.
Sure.
Communication command.
Cool. Let's generate. As that is set up, and spending 2 threat for raisins.
I don't like raisins.
They're always
Funny.
bad.
Funny because
The
I'm eating
nature's
trail.
candy.
Well, I am eating trail mix right now, so this is fun.
The devil's candy.
I also hate when I find it in cake because I don't expect that in carrot cake.
Yep. But eventually you do. Deep Space Aegis does as confirm that they're ready for a high risk security, a prisoner transfer. They're gonna have a dedicated corridor or going going from dock to their brig. They're gonna lock down the corridors, evacuate them, and just have security personnel at every corridor. And they're gonna have security fields walking with you.
We're also going to recommend that do a chronoton scan and a head count. Make sure that our Vulcan friend doesn't show up there as well. And we'll send them the images that we've got.
They'll certainly try. But manage to dock up. And these ships aren't here anymore.
Nope.
In fact, none of these ships are here.
Our ship is too cool for them.
Well, they're busy elsewhere.
Losers.
And we're no longer in dry dock as you can just actually dock. You approach the station. It is still in the state of half constructed. There are worker bees buzzing all over the place as the outer habitation ring is slowly being constructed in space. And there's
I don't know if 10 work bees would help, because I would offer this volunteer to deploy work bees to assist.
This is like a month-long project, and they have their crews already on it. And you are able to hard dock. Station security says, we do have station security. He says, we have our security corridor are set. We had to deviate from the optimal path because of sensor glitches, but we do have a secure corridor from here to the brig. And we have our personnel in check. I suggest we get the Gorn captain in out first, and then we will bring the general pop along.
I'm going with the Gorn captain until we get him to his quarters there.
I would like to volunteer my assistance in the prisoner transfer, since I'm used to dealing with hidden dangers in situations like this.
Okay.
And I want to carry a Type 2.
May I have a Type 2?
You would have
There
to
you
ask
go.
the captain. Because you're a civilian.
Yep, I have to ask permission to have those.
Yes.
Thank you.
You could.
Note to GM, my phaser is set to kill.
Okay. So, if you're rolling, you're going to be
Giving you a
generating a threat.
Yep.
Okay. Anyone else want to go along, or would they like to go ahead and sweep the corridor? Nothing bad's going to happen.
Probably should tell them to not keep the gun on kill. But
Are you telling us you are?
I just do it. Although it's probably obvious. You see this big glowing red light on my phaser.
Yeah,
it's not exactly hidden.
Yeah, there's a glowing red light, and as you hand it to him, he checks it, and you see him dial up the power settings. But he's a civilian.
I would let. Would you mind making a exception to keep prisoners? If you want to constantly carry around a type 2.
You'll also have one. Yep, you have NPC security guards for the station and one squad leader. Does any of the other players want to bring an NPC along or bring themselves along?
Well, because Ash isn't here, I'll just have a Daiba.
Okay. Maldone, L, and Bog. Where will you guys be situated?
I think I'll come with.
Okay.
Wherever I'm needed.
Because
somewhere
I am.
somewhere in the security exort.
Maybe you could ride shotgun with your scanner, see if you can keep an eye out or something.
That works.
I do generate a threat because the Gorn Captain is more in the scene now and he is threatening.
His presence escalates the situation.
Yep. Maldone, would you like to go by yourself, or would you like to pick up an NPC on this security escort?
I'd like to pick up an NPC.
Okay. There's Daiba Va up there, or if you want to pick up another security escort.
Excellent. Let's go with Daiba.
Daiba's cool.
Daiba is excellent.
All right. And all right. Let's set the mood music.
If saxophones start, I quit.
Saxophones. What about bagpipes?
I'm up for bagpipes. I don't think anyone else is.
Who do you think we are, Glumgold?
No. I need the anomaly playlist.
What? You're not descended from the British Grenadiers?
No, that's not it. I should label these better. But I give them
Folders. Folders are your lifeline.
Yep. Just this one. All right, as the corridors of Starbase Aegis are quiet and abandoned, you have your security detail all set up, and you slowly start marching along. At every corridor, there's a Starbase security personnel that's set up, standing guard, and they walk you by. You go down levels and levels and levels from the dock. Grab this one too. Move your way down the spine of the station into the promenade, which is conveniently evacuated except for security personnel. When out from behind you, and get the jump as a very familiar person from the record show up. She steps out of formation, draws a disruptor.
I will like. Dang it! I can't take the initiative.
Yep, she's getting the jump on you. Sets it to kill, and buy one more dice. And this folder called Temporal Bullshit. Control security. Focus. And... Cool. So I have ambush. And... Excellent. So... Oh... Only 3 threats. And trying to vaporize this guy. That is a hit.
Question.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah, even with... Yeah, she just catches you by surprise, and with a concentrated disruptor air blast as the Gorn captain screams and vaporizes.
I got an idea. Would I be allowed to sacrifice my determination? Well, like spend an 8 determination to just do an action before them to be pretty much shove the Gorn captain out of the line of fire.
Create the advantage that he just kind of snapped at the exact same moment.
Yeah.
I'll allow that. You can spend a determination to create that. That would increase the difficulty by... Yeah, that would increase the difficulty by 1.
Jump in front of the disruptor beam.
No, why would I do that when I
Listen, your plot armor will deflect it, alright?
Okay, so... he's firing, the weapon's pulled out. Go ahead and give me a fitness security difficulty 2 to see if you can shove the captain out of the way. If you can make it, yeah, it misses.
Okay, fitness security?
Yep.
Okay, 1 momentum and 2 threat for 4 dice.
Okay.
Combat tactics as a focus.
Yep, that'll hit. So you can commit them. Actually, no. Because he sees you doing this. Hey, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Reroll that. As you get a strange sense of deja vu.
Oh, she forced you to reroll.
God damn it! As you get the strange sense of deja vu, and you see you missing him, but then you do it again and you shove him out of the way.
Joke's on you. I am also part of time paradoxes.
She's not happy about this, and it is your guys' turn.
Okay, I would like to go.
Yep.
First thing, do a flip action to say stun her. And I am going to
Call to action. Not call to action, the other one.
Hold action, yeah.
No, the keep initiative talent.
Yeah, everyone
action,
has it.
Okay. Oh, I was right.
Yeah, I also have it.
Cool.
So, yeah. I'm going to... Am I in a spot to shoot them?
Yes you are.
Okay, a maneuver to Data Marksman. 1 maneuver to charge and give the gun that thing that's hit one much extra threat or whatnot.
Harder to stay up.
Intense.
Yeah, intense.
Yep.
Yeah, intense stunning.
Oh, intense sucks so much when you get hit by it.
Yeah. I don't have threat for this shit.
Okay, so 3 momentum for 4 dice.
Calder, I might point out to you a bit of just a tip. He only has 1 threat. He doesn't. Oh wait, he might have tough. Never mind.
I have
I'm
to.
good. I'll shut up. Yep. Your plan makes sense. Never mind.
Yes.
Because you couldn't possibly pay your way out of it unless they have tough. Then they could do it. I think it hits.
I think that hits.
I get all that. I get all of the momentum I spent back.
+1.
Unless, yeah. Oh yeah, because decrease the difficulty.
Oh yeah, Deadeye Marksman. Yep. Yep. Go and roll your damage. I don't think that's right.
Wait.
Should be 3 plus your security. So
7. That.
7.
I'm going to spend a momentum to roll those 2 dice.
There it goes. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have 7. She has armor of 1, 6. So you manage to nail her, and she goes down like a wet sack of potatoes.
Okay. I'm going to quickly run up and order some security to help me take away her equipment.
I advise we keep moving. That might not be the last wave of attack.
I know, but another thing is they might have, she might have a communicator on her, and we could use their channels.
Two momentum to do a swift task, and you can quickly skill strip her of her equipment.
Yes. Do they have a communicator on them?
I guess you find out.
Or a transport device.
Daring security difficulty 3.
Okay.
And she was in a Starfleet uniform, but as you're rifling through her pockets, it's the material shifts and changes, and it becomes a sleek gray egg cat suit.
Okay. 2 momentum and 1 threat for 4 dice. Oh wait, I forgot one important thing.
Yes.
I get that
Haha.
determination back. I just make it.
Okay. You find a disruptor, a Type 2 phaser that was part of her uniform, a Starfleet comm badge, and a strange device that you are unable to identify.
Where was this patch on the person?
On her bicep. And she also has a Starfleet comm badge in the regulation location, on top of her gray cat suit.
So no way of them wearing a like an earbud or something of that nature.
You quickly check, and there's nothing you see.
I'd point out, Captain, that it's possible that they might have an implant, or the device you're holding is the communication device that they use.
Okay. I'll pocket the strange device, and let's double time this Gorn to the holding cells. and see if they could lock up the ventilation systems between here and the security holdings, so they can't sneak through the vents anymore.
She didn't sneak through the vent. She was just standing guard, and she just stepped out of the.
Okay.
Could I possibly create an advantage that I'm kind of on the watch for, even of the Starfleet people, of any weird motions or movements or anything like that? Just on suspicion of everybody.
Inside security, Div 2.
Klingon culture focus?
Not really.
Yeah.
That was a stretch.
If I was on Kronos, it would make sense, but it doesn't make much sense here.
Yeah.
I'll give you a threat.
Hey, if you don't ask, you don't have a chance of receiving.
True. Suspicious by nature for a reroll?
Yes. There's a lot of angles and corners to keep up, and you have a lot of personnel that you are unaware of running around.
Lieutenant Commander Ross, could you watch those other corners? It's kind of hard to keep an eye on so much real estate.
Okay.
Cough, assist me, because I didn't do it.
Yeah, I'll also assist. So
Russ. Yeah. Ross and Calder, you can assist.
Ooh. Yes.
So we get 2 momentum. No, wait, 3 momentum? Or
Yep.
2?
2 momentum. As you guys have your heads on the swivel, looking out for anything.
It's like the Dominion were all over. Halana mutters.
What are you gonna do with your stun temporal assassin here?
Good vaporizer. Oh wait, that's illegal here. Never mind. You actually keep your prisoners. I keep forgetting that.
Okay, lock her up. Make sure that she doesn't have anything inside of her that could be used in some form as a last ditch middle finger to us. And also get some samples of her catch suit so we could easily find more scans there.
Okay. 2 your security guys go off. Rest of you go down the corridor. And Holana, you see it first. In one of the vents above you, you see the slight curl of smoke starting to appear right as you're passing underneath it.
Smoke in the vent! Smoke in the vent! Get away!
Oh, God.
I need everyone to make fitness security a difficulty 2.
Would combat tactics work?
Yes.
take a threat GM.
Okay. Alright. Calder, you managed to cover your mouth and nose. Everyone else? Russ, Bob, and Holana.
I was about to say, could I use 2 momentum to create a advantage?
Of? How would you create an advantage?
Ooh, maybe pointing out where a nearby like emergency mask station is while you're covering your mouth.
Yes.
Like you can't get to it, but maybe one of us can.
Yes.
I'll allow that.
So now
Ross would have made it.
Yep.
Ross would have made it. And now Holana and Bob. You have diff 1.
I'm gonna grab a momentum from you. Composure focus to stay focused and grab over at it while I know I'm in danger.
Oh, I think you took an extra momentum. Because did you add the 2 momentum for my 4 successes?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, and then Ross and Bob. No, Ross already went. So, Bob, there's gas curling around and a vent, and the sector is slowly filling with gas.
Well done.
What's up? Hey, I heard.
Yeah, you're currently in a gas attack. You need to make a fitness security difficulty 1, thankfully, because as Calder pointing out some emergency masks nearby.
Yeah, as Zyba.
Thank goodness I'm doing this as Diva.
Yep.
Just talk to you for a second. I'll grab a dice.
With threat or momentum?
We're gonna grab it with threat.
Okay. Change them.
Could we possibly have 2 momentum spent to have like one of the nearby security guys that are friendly to us have fitted the Gorn captain with the mask so he didn't go down?
Yes. That makes sense to me. As all you are fitted with a mask, but the gas is kind of it's really thick and acrid. It's kind of burning out your eyes, but through the mask you're able to breathe. And suddenly another random and bulky woman and starts running through the group, and she is going to you're there. Yeah, she's just gonna make another disruptor air pistol attack. not going for lethal, but she's gonna try really, really hard on this one. Gonna reroll with ambush. Okay, 3 threat, and then I get 2 bonus threat for ambush. Huzzah! Uh, 2, 4, 6, 8 damage to Gorn, and I'm gonna spend the bonus threat to make it intense. So he is injured on the ground, but he's not dead yet. As through the mist, as green bolt fires, Eris connects with the Gorn Captain's shoulder, and with a gurgling and roar, or he slumps to the ground. Yeah, I really want to do this. So spending 2 to keep. Gonna run up and try and pull out a poison dagger and try stabbing him. Yeah, choose swift or keep. One of the two.
Increase the difficulty because it's security team.
Decrease difficulty because it's on the ground, so that cancels out.
Did you
Which
choose
that's good.
that
Makes
with...
his job makes the job not as easy.
Yeah. You can spend 2 to increase her difficulty.
Yeah, I'll do that. So now it's a difficulty 4, so we have a slim chance. And no dice.
Partial from 4. Okay, so I'll normally be the diff 1, and you brought up to diff 3.
Yeah, am I able to intercept?
If you want to intercede, you can do an opposed daring security and basically get to melee with this person. But it would be opposed daring security as you step in and try to catch the knife. Hopefully by the hilt.
I can't shoot before or anything like that?
No, she's like in your face. And if you try shooting, she might still have time to drive the dagger home.
Oh, my daring security sucks.
Is Daiba better at it, maybe? Because she is a security specialist.
Diva might be better at it.
Yeah.
Couldn't be worse than me.
Maldon, you want to try I catching this assassin's wrist?
Partial cover from the floor.
Maldon?
Yeah, I gotta step out for a phone call.
Okay. Maldon, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Would Daiba step in and try to stop this assassin from stabbing?
Oh, of course she would.
All right.
Sacrificing her very life.
Yeah, if you get a complication, and
We
you might
better
get...
not. I like Daiba. She's great.
Catch with your
All right.
hand, not your chest.
I am currently rolling 3 dice. This is opposed daring security. Would you like to purchase additional dice?
Yes.
How much?
Oh gosh. All I've got is threat, eh?
Yep.
We'll go for 2 dice.
I'll spend a match. And I do have a focus, and Daiba should have a focus in hand-to-hand or something?
She does. Yeah, she has ground combat.
Excellent. And huzzah! I believe we match.
We did just match.
Does Daiba have a value?
Well, I mean,
He has bold security.
Oh,
She-
there's that, yeah.
I also the security team.
Yeah, the security team would get involved.
Oh, that's right.
Damn it.
So that would give the advantage of +1 success.
Yep. So, as she jumps in and trying to drive the dagger home, Daiba rushes in and catches her by the wrist. She still has the dagger in hand, but you're like struggling back and forth with it, as there's a shiny gleam on the dagger. It is now player's turn.
Okay, so I cast Phaser.
I'm gonna say that is difficulty 2, complication 2, because Daiba's right there.
Difficulty 1, because Deadeye Marksman.
Yep. If you're standing there, you're just aiming, you can do that.
Yep. And I can't really do anything else. I will reroll because of aim.
And also you're rolling fitness security. Roll.
Oh wait, let me go because
There we go.
That's more better.
That's more better. That is a hit on the assassin. And go ahead and roll all your damage.
six damage, so that's -1/5.
Yep, that is an injury. She cannot stay up. So, is L back? Or...
Do we?
Alright. Someone in the security team give me an insight science difficulty 3. Or someone can roll for L.
I'll go for L.
Okay. And he would get the... Yeah, he has been working with chronotons this entire time, so extra dice and div 2.
So what would? So how many dice would I be rolling base?
3 dice base.
What about theory? Does theory into practice work in?
Yeah. So it's div
Or-
2, and you're rolling 3 dice.
What about testing theory?
Yep, that's calculated in.
Okay. If I want, okay. Is it 2 dice for a 4th dice?
It's 2 for the 4th, yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Manages to get it. L watching from afar and seeing this assassin come up over and over and over again, and realize there might be one way to catch her off guard. The reason why she's able to skip back over and over again is because she has skipped back over and over again. But if you set up an anti-chronoton field, she can't time travel anymore.
do it
Yeah.
with the power of a direct.
Are you sure? I mean, we could just keep doing this all day. That might be fun.
No,
No,
I
I'm
think we're-
using my direct.
Here's direct.
Mhm.
Just one
I
more
mean, if
time.
we could XP farm, that'd be great, but that's not a thing in this system, so.
What do you think this is? Dragon Quest or Yakuza Like a Dragon?
The kind of difficult and large area, and hey, this station is kind of half built, and structure. And it's L L L L L L. Mommy,
Okay.
mama. All right, and that would be Deep Space Aegis' oh, you're not permission. Yeah, I'm gonna change that. There. Oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You are setting up an anti-chronoton field.
In order to prevent this assassin from trying again and again,
Okay.
and you're being assisted by Deep Space Aegis' structure science. Not great because it's half built. You should be able to see the Deep Space Aegis sheet underneath the Gungnir.
Let's see. Control science diff 4. What exactly am I doing?
You realize that at this agent, this temporal assassin is coming back over and over and over again to try to get this right. And if you set up an anti-chronoton field, you can stop her from time traveling and trap her. So you're trying to set up an anti-chronoton field across the station.
Is this just like the episode where of Voyager when they kept doing this with 7 of 9?
Yep, kind of like that.
All right. All right. So we've already been scanning chronotons.
Yeah, I'll allow that. So, test theory and practice. Fire.
I'm still going to have to buy 1 dice. Oh, we don't have momentum, so it looks like you get 2 threat.
Spending it back at Comp 3. This station is not designed to be doing this kind of bullshit yet.
I'll do it.
Less physical the ship. Should the focus be on?
and that was
Focus should be on. It should be rolling 1 dice with a ship task roll.
Okay, so that's, and I'm assisting with a direct.
Yes, you are.
I accidentally rolled 2 dice.
Damn it. I don't get that crit. So, at 4, 5, and 6 to 3. As your hands quickly go over the controls ops, you reroute power to the station's deflector air grid, and you manage to snap on an anti-chronoton field around the station. There's a tense moment as Diaba is arresting this other temporal assassin. 1 moment, 2 moments, and everyone is able to breathe a sigh of relief as it seems that this assault is over.
Let's not, because we still gotta stabilize this dude.
Well, he's not lethal. Once the scene ends, he'll just pop to his feet.
Yeah, if I would have got that dagger in him, then it would have been lethal injury. I just didn't have enough threat to set the disruptor to lethal. Curses!
So all we have to do is drag him for a little bit, and he'll just wake up on his own.
Yep, drag for a little bit, wake up on his own. You managed to get him safely into secure confinement. Yeah, you managed to get him into solitary confinement. You managed to get the rest of the Gorn into the station brig, and you have a set of temporal twins.
Oh, cool. For one.
What would you like to do with them?
Be sure to take both their devices, especially with the second one. I don't think we did that yet. And keep the
daring security difficult too. And anyone can do that.
I don't know if anyone can do that.
You're not in combat anymore.
Oh yeah.
Davia could do that, or
Yep.
Maldon, you got that one?
Yeah, I got it.
And also, Dos, when you have time, I want you to figure out what this device does with the assistance of Al and/or Patterson.
Yes, sir.
Also, let's figure out what materials these catsuits are made, so we could easily find them with scans.
After
One dice threat.
One dice threat. Yep. Easily done. Gain momentum. As you strip her of all of her gear, again, she has a Type 2 phaser, a disruptor pistol, a dagger, 2 communication devices, 1 Federation, 1 unknown, and then another cell phone sized device that was on her waist. And the mysterious gray cat. To find out about the devices. Yeah, it would be. It's kind of the same idea as what 7 were early on. Rust, to find out about these devices of reason, engineering, difficulty 4, this by stations, computer engineering, which I actually forgot what I put on there, but I think you guys have labs.
Modular laboratories is on there.
Yep, so if you would like, you can totally set up modular laboratories to help with this.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that down.
Alright, modular labs are set for xenotechnology.
Anybody want to assist with that one? L or
L, want in on this? Yep.
You don't want my help for this.
And then, and the station's engineering.
If I had a focus, that would have been a crit.
And the station roll?
Working on it here.
All right.
Is that a crew task roll or a starship task roll?
Starship task roll. Crew task roll will be for if NPCs are helping. You managed to get it. As these appear to be short range and temporal teleporters. Short range being the time span of a year in within the star sector. And then the communication device is a two-way radio to a rotating chronoton on frequency.
On the transporter devices, does it give you any clue of origin? Like, where the person transported from on the last transport?
I'll answer that for one momentum.
Okay.
She transported from your ship about 6 hours ago. Was her previous transport. So from her timeline, she set off the Gorn genetics thing, and came here within minutes. Any other questions?
Is there any way to go further back? See where she came from before she went to our ship?
The transporter or did not get her or to your ship, or this specific device did not. Something else placed her on your ship.
Okay.
And this device did not assist with it.
Okay.
Calder, at this time, they finally meet you. Well, this has been exciting. Mind telling me what happened?
I turn my phaser to stun, and then hand it to a security officer when the admiral shows up.
Daring security diff 2 to see if she notices.
Oh, I don't mind she noticing. I'm just being polite.
Okay.
It's not polite for her not to be armed around an admiral.
She notices that you turn down your phaser. She raises an eyebrow and just, okay, that's a thing. I have more important things to worry about.
I previously sent you a report of we almost had a prison escape, or more preventing a prisoner to ask questions. It's on the on the ship, and we prevented it. Apparently, this was their second attempt to try and stop us from getting answers from the Gorn captain.
Okay, so obviously this captain either knows something, or this is punitive if punishment. So punitive measures for failure, one of the two. But the fact that there's time travel involved complicates things. You could say it adds a whole new dimension into our defenses.
I mean, thanks to my science officer, we prevented more from coming by setting up some form of anti-chronoton field.
Yes, as we managed to buffer that down. After the initial attack, we managed to buffer that down to just incorporate the holding cells.
We also found these devices on them, showing one of the devices. I'm currently having my my EXO look into it to find out what they do.
Wait, have you used the computer to look into these?
We did not yet. I just told him not even 5 minutes ago.
Any crap? We need to stop the security people from making a record of this. And she's gonna ask for your help on Presence and Command Diff 3.
Okay, I will assist. Wait, is she leading or am I leading?
You can lead. She'll assist.
Okay, I'll do it. 1/3 2 momentum for 4 dice. That is 5 successes.
5. So 7 successes. As both of you very quickly tap your comm badges and tell the security personnel on the station that their newest twin prisoners are to be anonymous, not in the system. Please, not in the system. Don't write down everything. There's a little confusion on their end though, as I just spent 2 threat. And they're like, wait, what's going on? Why are we not supposed to enlist this? As someone on the back end and files a report. And with that report, it echoes through time, and all the equipment that you have and the 2 people are whisked away.
Well,
Atemporally.
Well, there goes our Jane Does.
Can we track where they went?
I think the answer would be when they went.
True.
It wasn't chronotons, but Calder, go ahead and give me Insight Science difficulty 3. You are able to make this roll for some reason.
I wonder why. Okay,
Bribes?
Recent time travel?
Oh, that makes more sense.
a threat and 5 momentum for 5 dice.
Sounds like fun.
Will forensics work as a focus?
Increase comp.
So comp 2.
Yep.
The captain's hiding a flux capacitor somewhere.
I'm going to spend my determination to wiggle those 4 dice.
On what value?
Better to deal with a problem now than later.
Now and later kind of have fluctuating terms in this situation, but I'll accept it. All right.
That's 4 successes.
Wait,
let me go my
challenge dice.
The train has derailed.
The train is derailed. We're just about anyways. As you get this sudden double vision and deja vu as there's this weird pinging as a universe kind of jolts to the left for a second, and you see Admiral Nea standing here and Admiral Nea standing there, and timelines kind of blur, and it snaps back together. Something weird just happened.
That sounds more like a dimensional shift than a timeline shift.
I mean, time's a dimension.
Well, quantum shift, let's say temporal shift. Ha.
And Rost, as you're looking over or these devices, they suddenly disappear from in front of you. There's not a sparkle, there's no radiation, there's no flash of light. 1 minute it's there, and then jump cut is not. But you remember, you remember that you came here to look at this thing, and you remember the past events.
And
so
then
it's not
like it never happened.
And you look over the computer logs, and the computer log said, "Yeah, you're looking at this thing. What thing?" The logs, the sensor logs just suddenly stop. About 30 seconds ago.
What the hell?
So you have some information, but it just stopped. Calder, what do you say?
I don't know what to say. Minus time, just reality, just got rid of all of our evidence.
Seems weird that assuming all the timeline, we'd still remember it.
Yeah, that is weird. Definitely we need to archive and encrypt any remaining data we have, lest this leaks out through time. Seems that we have to be careful what we record and who we tell.
May I make a suggestion, Admiral?
You may.
If you wish to instill absolute compliance in your officers, I have found that, at least in wartime, invoking Article 14, Section 31 has very heavy penalties. Though I will remind you, Admiral, that as a civilian representative of the Federation Diplomatic Corps, I am not part of your rank structure.
I'll take that into advisement. I do not feel comfortable invoking that at just yet.
Something tells me your enemies are, Admiral.
That's what I'm
What is that
afraid of.
regulation?
It's the regulation that allows for extraordinary acts in defense of the Federation in which supersedes all other regulations. If the Federation's in an existential crisis, then other regulations can be ignored.
Like martial law?
Martial
Worse.
law, various...
Basically,
in the hands of a...
basically, if invoked out by an admiral or a commanding officer of Starfleet, there are no rules. There are no morals, there are no rules, there are no regulations, and that can stand in between you and the safety of the Federation.
That said, there's the civilian government tends to scrutinize such invocations to ensure they're not being abused. Otherwise, we have rogue officers.
Everyone, have a good night. I gotta get going.
Yep, we're just about done.
Right.
Ran a little long tonight. I'll leave that. I'll say in the particulars of this. Let's just keep quiet and not report any of this as needed. Keep this off records, off books, off computer terminals if we can. Agreed?
Agreed.
I hate
As
to
long-
do this. Yes, diplomat? Or what is your formal title? Attaché? Or
Diplomat or attaché is either way.
okay.
I am a diplomat. I will say this, Admiral, so long as I'm not asked by the civilian government or the diplomatic corps, I won't say anything. However, I will not perjure. So let's just hope no one asks too many questions about what you're up to. Because this is not an interaction with the foreign power, so I'm not required, technically, to report this. Yet. So please don't give me a reason to have to report it.
We'll try to keep your eyes clear. In the meantime, Captain, I hate to distract you with such mundane work, but there needs to be a sensor grid it's set up along our windward border. So your next mission will be to set out and assemble that and sensor grid across the 3 sectors south of us. Hopefully that will keep you out of the way of any wind that might want to mess with us. In the meantime, I believe we have some Gorn armed prisoners to process and grant and amenities to. Amity. If there's no further questions, you are dismissed. Calder?
Hello.
Any further questions for the Admiral? Or concerns, or?
Just the only concern is kind of orders. Alright, we should just stand by the station until further notice.
Your next orders are to set up a sensor net at south of the station along the 3 sectors: the spinward, anti-spinward, or in the current sector along the windward border.
Okay.
hopefully this will keep you quiet and out of the way while we work on this.
Sounds good to me. I hate this time shit.
And of our Gorn captain?
He will be protected to the utmost of our abilities. I'll take him to a secure black site and try to see if there's any additional information we could get out of him.
Okay.
Alot raises an eyebrow at that. The words black site and getting further information. He doesn't comment otherwise.
I mean, we've already done the hard part of the interrogation.
Yeah.
Good thing you didn't have how to pull out the just standing there and staring at him for 24 hours. Also known as the Garrick Special.
And with all of that time I'm spent getting these Gorn to safety, we will end tonight's episode.